Faculty of Human Ecology is committed to achieve for excellence and distinction in the field of human ecology through teaching, research, professional, and community services, in line with the mission to produce competent, ethical, visionary, and resilient graduates. Various fields of studies related to the well-being of individuals, families, and communities, from consumer studies, psychology, politics, to music. With our experts, we also collaborate with international partners to run our program internationally. Our bachelor programs are tailor-made to be the only faculty to offer holistic human development program in the country. As one of the top research university in Malaysia, UPM acknowledged our research program as the University Research Center of Excellence. Academicians constantly gain local and international recognition and also acknowledged as experts in their fields. With knowledge, we continuously serve to the nation through various corporate social responsibility programs as part of our give back to the community.
I chose UPM University as a leading university in Malaysia and the Faculty of Human Ecology as one of the best human development studies supported by professional lecturer and staff.
I think one of the main reasons why I came to UPM's Faculty of Human Ecology is the growth in their Department of Music, particularly in the postgraduate level.
Faculty of Human Ecology UPM promises the best platform for students and researchers in pursuit of success and excellence to provide world-class human capital.
Selamat datang ke Institut Pengajian Sains Sosial. Institut Pengajian Sains Sosial atau IPSAS merupakan sebuah institut penyelidikan yang memfokuskan kepada kecemerlangan penyelidikan dan pembangunan dalam bidang sains sosial, khususnya dalam bidang pembangunan belia dan komuniti. Ia turut menawarkan program pengajian siswazah dengan tesis di peringkat ijazah sarjana dan doktor falsafah. Visi IPSAS ialah menjadi pusat penyelidikan dan pembangunan tersohor yang menyumbang kepada kesejahteraan belia dan komuniti. Manakala misi IPSAS pula ialah menyumbang kepada kesejahteraan belia dan komuniti menerusi penyelidikan, pengajian pasca siswazah dan khidmat profesional. Program penyelidikan di IPSAS dibahagikan kepada 3 makmal penyelidikan iaitu Laboratori Kesejahteraan dan Kesihatan Belia, Laboratori Generasi Cyber dan Laboratori Kewarganegaraan dan Kepimpinan Belia. Terdapat 4 pilihan pengajian iaitu pengajian belia, pendidikan komuniti dan pembangunan, pemajuan desa serta pengajian kepimpinan. Pengajian belia memberi tumpuan kepada pembangunan belia yang menekankan pendekatan pembangunan belia positif. Pengajian pendidikan komuniti dan pembangunan pula memfokuskan kepada pembangunan kapasiti individu dan kumpulan demi meningkatkan kualiti hidup dan kesejahteraan komuniti. Pengajian pemajuan desa meliputi isu semasa seperti penyertaan belia dalam pembangunan luar bandar, khususnya dalam bidang pertanian dan pembangunan ekonomi. Pengajian kepimpinan pula memfokuskan kepada teori dan praktis kepimpinan dan kepengikutan, kepimpinan organisasi, kepimpinan dalam pendidikan dan kepimpinan dalam kesejahteraan komuniti. Pelajar yang berdaftar di bawah IPSAS ini bukan sahaja terbuka kepada pelajar tempatan, malah ianya juga dibuka kepada pelajar antarabangsa. Antara aktiviti yang dilakukan oleh pelajar di IPSAS adalah seperti aktiviti pengajian, penyelidikan dan seminar di peringkat tempatan dan antarabangsa. Di IPSAS, potensi pelajar amat dititik beratkan selaras dengan hasrat universiti untuk memastikan pelajar mencapai status graduate on time dan mempunyai hala tuju dalam bidang yang diceburi. Antaranya, seminar pembentangan kertas cadangan, pertandingan penyelidikan dan inovasi, serta kursus berterusan. Di samping itu juga, pelajar berpotensi untuk memperolehi geran penyelidikan yang turut disediakan bagi pelajar yang berkelayakan. Syarat kemasukan bagi program ke peringkat master dengan tesis adalah memperoleh CGPA sekurang-kurangnya 2.75 di peringkat bachelor atau memiliki pengalaman bekerja sekurang-kurangnya 3 tahun dalam bidang berkaitan. Manakala bagi peringkat doktor falsafah, syarat kemasukan adalah mempunyai ijazah sarjana dalam bidang berkaitan. IPSAS mempunyai pasukan yang kaliber dalam membangunkan institusi ini, antaranya pengarah, timbalan pengarah, penolong pendaftar kanan, ketua laboratori, pegawai penyelidik sosial, fellow penyelidik dan pasca doktoral. Selain itu, terdapat juga penyelidik bersekutu yang melengkapkan pasukan ini. Untuk keterangan lanjut, sila hubungi Institut Pengajian Sains Sosial di talian 03-8947-1872 atau emailkan kepada kami di ipsas@upm.edu.my atau layari laman sesawang kami di www.ipsas.upm.edu.my. Kami di IPSAS amat mengalu-alukan anda menjadi sebahagian daripada keluarga kami.
Research and innovation are important aspects to encourage the nation development. As the best private university in Indonesia, Telkom University commits to continuously contribute by providing qualified education, which producing various researches and innovation for the nation development. As a part of PT Telkom Indonesia, under Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom, Telkom University was established in 2013 and merged by 4 educational institutions. As an ICT-based campus which has the best research and innovation, Telkom University has a purpose: contribute to the nation. Vision: become research and entrepreneur university in 2023, which plays an active role in the development of information technology, best technology, science, and art. Mission: organizing and developing international standard education based on information technology. Develop, disseminate, and apply internationally recognized technology, science, and art. utilizing technology, science, and art for the welfare and advancement of national civilization through entrepreneurial competences. Telkom University is located in Bandung, West Java Province, Indonesia, which was built on an area of 50 hectares. Telkom University currently has more than 30,000 students, both local and international, from 34 provinces in Indonesia and 87 countries. In addition, Telkom University also has more than 55,000 alumni spread across 30 countries. Telkom University has various facilities that are maximized to be able to assist lecture activities. Telkom University is currently accredited A for higher education from BANPITI. To produce the best graduate who competent, competitive, and have an active role in the development of technology, science, and art. Telkom University has 7 faculties: School of Electrical Engineering, School of Industrial Engineering, School of Computing, School of Economics and Business, School of Communication and Business, School of Creative Industries, and School of Applied Science. Telkom University has 37 study programs, 7 master degree programs, 22 bachelor degree programs, 1 applied undergraduate program, and 7 associate degree. From all of the total study programs, 51% of them are accredited internationally, while 65% courses are accredited A or superior from BANPITI. In realizing a research and entrepreneurial university in 2023, TELU has designed many programs to enhance the quality of education and research in terms of strategic planning. As the best university in Indonesia, which has an active role in producing qualified graduates who are competitive and can give a positive impact on the progress of the nation and country, Telkom University focuses on the threefold mission of higher education, which contain of education, research, and community service. In terms of teaching, Telkom University has implemented a curriculum based on outcome-based education, student-centered learning, which emphasizes the sustainability of learning process in an innovative, interactive, and effective way. Telkom University also has qualified and competent teaching staff in conveying learning knowledge to students. Telkom University is the first campus that declared Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka from the Ministry of Education and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia. During the COVID-19 pandemic, all the lecturing activities in Telkom University have been done online by using the learning management system, supported by application mobile center of learning and open education, which makes it easier for students and lecturers to access Siloi anywhere. Telkom University has international programs that are divided into regular program, partnership-based program, Dharma Siswa program, and short course program. On its way to become a research and entrepreneurial university, Telkom University has a main focus to establish an ecosystem and a research culture. In terms of research, Telkom University is able to manage various researches along with the result. So, Telkom University awarded as the university with the best innovation management from the Ministry of Research and Technology, National Agency for Research and Innovation, and is included in the Independent Cluster for Research. To support the research and innovation activities, Telkom University has 5 research centers that are supported by 31 research groups from each of the faculty. Telkom University is actively organizing international conferences in promoting scientific publication. Telkom University owns Bandung Technopark, which is Science Technopark and has 3 main roles. There are research and development, growing and developing technology-based startups, and growing the industry cluster so the innovation ecosystem can be realized. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Telkom University continually doing various research and innovation such as autonomous UVZ mobile robot, the first collaboration with Lembaga Ilmu Pengetahuan (LIPI) in Indonesia. Telkom University also creates dentist protective DenPro as personal protective equipment (PPE) in order to protect dentists from the spread of COVID-19 while doing their job. In terms of community service, Telkom University raised a dam of global research and community service program that focuses. Telkom University raised a dam of global research and community service program that focuses on a collaboration of community service activities in addition to application of practical research. For example, Telkom University commits to support the government's program of Citarum Harum through Kuliah Kerja Nyata. Students are focused onto 6 sector Citarum River. Telkom University has varieties of partnership programs with both local and international universities, government, and industries. One of well-known partnership programs of Telkom University is the appearance of the first Telecom Infra Project Community Lab in Indonesia, which is located in Telkom University in order to support the program Making Indonesia 4.0. In 7 years of its progress, Telkom University has proudly accomplished several achievements both nationally and internationally.
Telkom University is committed not only for producing graduates or base human capital, but also to continuously strive producing research and innovations that support for making Indonesia 4.0. Telkom University, creating the future.
We are savages. Yes, we are. But that was 100 years ago.
36.5. Okay, pass.
Sarawak, the land of hornbills and giant flowers, where people smile a lot and everyone's your friend, even the headhunters. Welcome to Sarawak's new normal.
Sir. Sir. Your temperature is fine, but you can't go in like this.
What? Why not?
You'll need to have a mask on before entering.
Huh?
Follow me.
The essentials. You already know this. Wear a face mask at all times. sneeze into a flex elbow or tissue. Dispose tissues and face masks into a designated bin. Wash your hands with soap for 20 seconds. Here's a trick you can use. Follow the new normal. Download contact tracing apps and scan the QR code before entering premises. Go through temperature screening. Practice physical distancing, and it's 1 meter, so remember, not so close. Use alcohol-based hand sanitizer.
You, sir, may now enter.
Learn and be inspired. Remember to wear your face mask throughout the event. And now, explore and be excited. Greet the Malaysian way. Sarawak is known for its undeniably good food, but there is a lot more. Welcome to Sarawak.
Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum, good morning, and greetings from University Management or iRandau 2021. My name is Ashikin, and I'm totally honored to be here together in this prestigious international scholarly. The opening ceremony is about to begin, so we request for all of our respected guests and participants to do the following. Please keep your mobile phones on silent mode throughout the session. Please also ensure to mute your mic to prevent interruptions during the conference. Our committee team would like to encourage our respected participants to use our official virtual background during our 2 days conference. Please also kindly check your chat box. Our team will share the file with you. And in case of any disruptions or network problems, we hope that all of our respected participants and respected guests to be patient and remain in the conference. Our technical team will resolve all the problems as soon as possible. Now, let me brief a rundown of our program today. The opening ceremony will start shortly, followed by our keynote address at 11 a.m. And we will have our lunch break at 1 p.m. And the first slot of our iRandau program today begins at 2 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we strive to make this conference experience as enjoyable and informative to all. So your cooperation throughout this conference is highly and greatly appreciated. Now, let me welcome our MC for iRandau 2021. Joining me together here are Mr. Koh Wei Leong and Dr. Malisa Latif. Thank you. Please welcome Dr. Malisa and also Mr. Koh Wei Leong.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is William.
And I am Malisa.
It is our great pleasure to welcome you to the International Conference of Social Sciences and Management, iRandau 2021. The opening ceremony is about to begin. We request for all participants to put their mobile phones on silent mode throughout the session. Thank you. Next, my MC partner, Malisa, will brief you on our program lineup today. Over to you, Malisa.
The opening ceremony starts at 10:10 a.m. with a welcoming address from Associate Professor Dr. Shahrul Razid Sarbini, the Director of University Putra Malaysia Bintulu Sarawak Campus. This is followed by an inaugural address from the guest of honor, Yang Berhormat Datuk Mansur bin Haji Othman, the Deputy Minister of Higher Education. Keynote presentation 1 begins at 11 a.m., followed by keynote presentation 2 at 11:30 a.m. and keynote presentation 3 at 12 p.m. To start our conference this morning, we will listen to the national anthem, Negaraku, Ibu Pertiwiku, and official song of University Putra Malaysia, Putra Gemilang.
Bersama
Mansur Haji bin Haji Othman, Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Malaysia. Yang berbahagia, Profesor Dr. Muhammad Roslan Sulaiman, Vice Chancellor of University Putra Malaysia. Yang berbahagia, Associate Professor Dr. Shahrul Razid Sarbini, Director of University Putra Malaysia, Bintulu Sarawak Campus. Yang berbahagia, Distinguished Professor Dr. Samsul Amri Baharudin, Founding Director of Institute of Ethnic Studies, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Yang berbahagia, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdullah bin Haji Zaidel, Director of Sarawak Economic Planning Unit. Yang berbahagia, Professor Dr. Ismi Arif Ismail, Director of Social Science Studies Institute, University Putra Malaysia. Yang berbahagia, Professor Dr. Muhammad Fazli Sabri, Dean of Faculty of Human Ecology, University Putra Malaysia. Yang berbahagia, Professor Dr. Jayum Anak Jawan, Founding Dean of Faculty of Humanities, Management and Science, University Putra Malaysia, Bintulu Sarawak Campus.
Yang berbahagia, Associate Professor Dr. Ade Imar Susanti, Dean of School of Communication and Business, Telkom University, Bandung, Indonesia. Yang berbahagia, Associate Professor Dr. Iskurnia Nur Hayati, Director of Postgraduate and Advanced Learning, Telkom University, Bandung, Indonesia. Yang berbahagia, Dr. Imdad Rabi, Head of International Student Recruitment, IR Education and Consultancy, Birmingham, United Kingdom. Yang berusaha, Dr. Ripka Alan, Chairwoman of the International Conference of Social Sciences and Management, University Putra Malaysia, Bintulu, Sarawak Campus. University Putra Malaysia Principal Officers, honorable guests from government and private agencies, conference participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Conference of Social Sciences and Management, iRandau 2021.
To begin, we would like to invite Ustaz Abdul Halim bin Abdul Qadir to lead the Doa recital.
Assalamualaikum and good morning to all. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. All praise be to Allah, Lord of the worlds. Peace and blessings be upon Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. O Allah, O Rahman, O Rahim. Indeed, we meet virtually in iRandau 2021 program. Randau at UPM KB, International Conference of Social Sciences and Management today, by expressing our sense of humility, full of gratitude for your abundant blessing to us. Make us be your servants who are ever grateful for all the blessings of sustenance, health, leisure, and comfortable life that you have bestowed upon us. O Allah, O Alim, O Hakim, verily you are all knowing that our gathering today aims to gain the widest possible knowledge to develop our potential in the affairs of our careers and also our position as your servants, whom you bless with your ridha. O Allah, O Fattah, O Barik, bless our meeting today. Grant us with a piece of your extensive knowledge. Shine our hearts and those who join us at this moment with the light of your guidance. May it have us receive the light of knowledge with ease, appreciate the knowledge we gain and practice it in our life. O Allah, O Afi, O Shafi, bestow us good physical health, mental fitness, tranquility of mind, strength of spirit and competency, so we can perform our duties perfectly and be persistent in facing all the challenges ahead, hence able to elevate the values of ourselves, our university, and our country. Oh Allah, oh Malik, oh Muhaimin, make our meeting today a blessed meeting, and our parting after this is a parting that is always in your protection. Wa sallallahu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Thank you, Ustaz Abdul Halim.
Ladies and gentlemen, the International Conference of Social Sciences and Management, or iRandau 2021, is a conference organized by the Faculty of Humanities, Management and Science, University Putra Malaysia Bintulu Sarawak campus. The co-organizers of this conference are the Faculty of Human Ecology, University Putra Malaysia, Tan Sri Empiang Jabu Research Chair, Social Science Studies Institute, IPSAS, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industries, Malaysia, Telkom University Indonesia, IR Education and Consultancy, Business Events Sarawak, and Tel and Search. Randau is a term in Iban, which means seminar, or it may be defined as a platform to tell stories or to chat and exchange views on issues. The idea of Randau is brought through the form of scholarly discourse.
The International Conference of Social Sciences and Management, iRandau 2021, provides a platform for social researchers to disseminate scholarly findings, to share aspirations and community empowerment responsibilities. This conference aims to empower human capital in line with UPMKB's re-engineering plan in the ethnic research and social studies, which focuses on progress in various fields to enhance economic development and improve quality of life. The theme for iRandau 2021 is Empowering Community and Beyond. The conference includes studies within the areas of social science, economics and management, and science and technology. For your information, ladies and gentlemen, this international conference is conducted on Zoom web conferencing platform for the conference presenters and committee members, and it is being streamed live on Facebook as well as YouTube for our audience. So for those of you watching on these platforms, please share these streams to your social media handles and give us a like. If it is not too much to ask, head over to our Facebook page, that is University Putra Malaysia Bintulu campus, and drop us a like. Share the page to your Facebook wall. Thank you.
Without further ado, we would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Associate Professor Dr. Shahrul Raziq Sarbini, the Director of University Putra Malaysia Bintulu Sarawak campus, to deliver his welcoming speech.
Thank you very much, Dr. Melissa. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and salam sejahtera. Yang berhormat Datuk Mansur bin Haji Osman, Deputy Minister of Higher Education, yang berbahagia Profesor Muhammad Rostan Sulaiman, Vice Chancellor of University Putra Malaysia, yang berbahagia Distinguished Professor Datuk Dr. Samsul Amri Baharudin, Founding Director, Institute of Ethnic Studies, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, yang berbahagia Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdullah bin Hadi Zaidil, Director, Sarawak Economic Planning Unit, yang berbahagia Profesor Dr. Ismi Arif Ismail, Director, Social Science Studies Institute, Universiti Putra Malaysia, yang berbahagia Profesor Dr. Muhammad Fazli Sabri, Dean, Faculty of Human Ecology, Universiti Putra Malaysia, yang berbahagia Associate Professor Dr. Ade Irma Susanti, Dean, School of Commercial and Business, Telkom University, Bandung, Indonesia, yang berbahagia Associate Professor Dr. Liz Kurnia Nurhayati, Director, Postgraduate and Advanced Learning, Telkom University, Bandung, Indonesia, yang berbahagia Dr. Amjad Rabi, Head of International Student Recruitment, Institute Education and Consultancy, Birmingham, United Kingdom, yang berbahagia Profesor Jayum Anak Jawan, Founding Dean, Faculty of Humanities, Management Science, Universiti Putra Malaysia, Bintulu Sarawak campus, UPM, Top Management, distinguished professors and keynote speakers, lecturers, students, and ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Universiti Putra Malaysia, Bintulu Sarawak campus, and also welcome to Randau at UPMKB, International Conference of Social Sciences and Management, shortly known as iRandau 2021. I would like to extend my warm congratulations for the opening of this conference and best wishes to all attendants for a successful event. We are very honored to have our Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Yang Berhormat Datuk Mansur bin Haji Osman, for officiating this conference. We at UPM Bintulu campus are humbled by this honor of being able to provide this international discussion platform, Randau, highlighting the empowerment of human capital in line with UPMKB's re-engineering plan in ethnic research and social studies, which focus on progress in various fields to enhance economic development and improve quality of life. Inshallah, later this afternoon and in the following day, we'll have the opportunity to discuss more on these issues. In managing the welfare of the community, the educational environment approach is a platform to implement knowledge transfer in accordance with the Industrial Revolution 4.0. Hence, the iRandau platform as a very important core foundation to be the basis of the involvement of students, lecturers, and the community to share aspirations, ideas, research findings through intellectual platforms such as iRandau. iRandau program initiated by the Faculty of Humanities, Management Science, UPM, Campus Blue Sarawak since November last year. During the pandemic, iRandau inspired academic research to be more creative and innovative. Thus, iRandau is a good platform for sharing research, sharing finding, and also learning virtually. This conference serves as a platform for experienced as well as young researchers to share and explore related research work and innovations, particularly focusing on 3 key areas in the field of social science, economics, and management, and science and technology as well. The well-diversified topics displayed in the theme of empowering community and beyond is very much reflected. The sharing session by the keynote speakers, renowned by their respective field, distinguished Professor Dr. Samsul Amri Baharudin, Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdullah bin Zaidel, Director Sarawak Academic Planning Unit, and Professor Dr. Jayum Anak Jawan is yet another hallmark of this conference. To summarize, we are hoping that we manage to deliver a very successful conference. It will be very effective if all of us engage, not just presenting our papers, but also actively participating. There are many individuals who helped this conference off the ground. I wouldn't single them out except to acknowledge and congratulate the Faculty of Humanities, Management and Science, University Putra Malaysia, Bintulu Campus, the organizing community, and Secretariat for the tremendous effort in bringing this international event to new heights. Appreciations also extend to our co-organizer, such as Sarawak Academic Planning Unit, Social Science Studies Institute, UPM, Faculty of Human Ecology, UPM, Tan Sri Empiang Jabu Research Chair, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry, Telkom University, IR Education and Consulting, Birmingham, Business Events Sarawak, Debt and Search PLT. I wish a very successful conference and please explore our UTMKB, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Thank you Yang Berbahagia Associate Professor Dr. Shahrul Razid Sarbini.
Next, we gratefully invite Yang Berbahagia Professor Dr. Muhammad Roslan Sulaiman, Vice Chancellor of University Putra Malaysia, to deliver his speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and salam sejahtera. Yang berhormat Datuk Mansur bin Haji Uthman, Deputy Minister of Higher Education. Yang berbahagia Associate Professor Dr. Shahrul Razid Sarbini, Director of University Putra Malaysia Bintulu Campus, Bintulu Sarawak Campus. Yang berbahagia Distinguished Professor Datuk Dr. Samsul Amri Baharudin, Founding Director Institute of Ethnic Studies, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdullah bin Haji Zaidel, Director Sarawak Economic Planning Unit. Yang berbahagia Professor Dr. Ismi Arif Ismail, Director Social Science Studies Institute, Universiti Putra Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Professor Dr. Muhammad Fazli Sabri, Dean, Faculty of Human Ecology, Universiti Putra Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Professor Dr. Jayum Anak Jawan, Founding Dean, Faculty of Humanities, Management and Science, Universiti Putra Malaysia, Bintulu Sarawak Campus. Yang berusaha Associate Professor Dr. Adi Irma Susanti, Dean, School of Communication and Business, Telkom University Bandung, Indonesia. Yang berusaha Associate Professor Dr. Liz Kurnia Nur Hayati, Director Postgraduate and Advanced Learning, Telkom University Bandung, Indonesia. Yang berusaha Dr. Imdad Rabi, Head of International Student Recruitment, IR Education and Consultancy, Birmingham, United Kingdom. Yang berusaha Dr. Ribka Alan, Chairwoman, iRandau at UPM KB, International Conference of Social Sciences and Management, also known as iRandau 2021. UPM Top Management, distinguished professors, keynote speakers, lecturers, participants, students, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great honor and a great pleasure to address all of you at the Randau at UPMKB, International Conference of Social Sciences and Management, or also known as iRandau 2021. I would like to congratulate the organizing committee for your effort and initiative in organizing the first virtual iRandau 2021 conference. I would like to extend my warm congratulations for the opening of this conference and gratitude towards our Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Yang Berhormat Datuk Mansur bin Haji Osman, for officiating this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, this year UPM holds the UPM Golden Jubilee celebration in conjunction with the 50th anniversary of the establishment of this institute as a university. I believe that during this period of time, UPM has achieved many achievements and excellent in various aspects, thus strengthening its position as a leading university on the international stage. However, we should not be oblivious to the duration and achievement of the years. Instead, we must always strive to position UPM at the highest level. The iRandau 2021 has become a reference center for community and university transformation and encourage a culture of knowledge transfer and knowledge sharing to the benefit of all communities, and certainly helping UPM to attain greater achievements at the national and international levels going forward. I hope the many success and roles of UPM can be continued and enhanced in line with the vision, mission, and values of the establishment of the university that we have supported all this while. We are grateful for keeping UPM on par with other global universities when it managed to rank 143 in the world through the QS World University Ranking 2021. In addition to the World University Ranking this year, UPM has recorded outstanding achievement excuse me, in several other types of ranking as well. We are ranked 28 best in Asia in QS Asia University Ranking, as well as 10 best in the World University under the age of 50 through the QS Top 50 under 50. Ladies and gentlemen, the spread of COVID-19 pandemic has greatly changed the landscape of higher education institute globally. UPM is no exception to this effect. Although COVID-19 is widely highlighted in negative perspective, such as a threat to human security and the economy, this pandemic has brought our university back to our original role, that of a university for a society. If all this time we have been preaching the idea of university for society, or known as U4S, this is the best time for us to practice what we preach. This seen in line with the theme of the iRandau 2021 conference, Empowering Community and Beyond. Before I end my speech, I would like to once again to take this opportunity to express my appreciation and congratulations to our Director of UPM Bintulu Campus Sarawak, Dean of Faculty of Humanities, Management and Social Science, co-organizer partners, and all committee members on the success of organizing iRandau 2021 conference this year. And please explore our beloved UPM KB campus, virtually of course. The beauty of the green and idyllic campus is one of many attractions UPM KB has to offer. In this uncertainty situation and the ongoing ravages of COVID-19 pandemic, let us all pray to Allah Ta'ala that we succeed in passing this bitter challenge. Kita jaga kita and stay safe everyone. I wish you all a fruitful discussion and meaningful sharing of this conference session. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sekian, terima kasih.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Professor Dr. Muhammad Roslan Sulaiman. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Yang Berhormat Dr. Sri Dr. Noraini Ahmad, Minister of Higher Education, is unfortunately unable to make an appearance today. This is due to a prior commitment. However, Yang Berhormat has entrusted us with the task of playing a pre-recorded speech by Yang Berhormat Dr. Mansur bin Haji Ohman, Deputy Minister of Higher Education, to officiate the conference. Let us watch the video recording.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Yang berbahagia Profesor Dr. Muhammad Roslan Sulaiman, Vice Chancellor Universiti Putra Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Shahrul Razid Sabini, Director Universiti Putra Malaysia Bintulu Sarawak Campus, Distinguished Professor Dr. Samsul Amri Baharudin, Founding Director, Institute of Ethnic Studies, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdullah bin Haji Zaidil, Director, Sarawak Economic Planning Unit, Bahagia Professor Dr. Ismi Arif Ismail, Director, Social Science Studies Institute, Universiti Putra Malaysia, Bahagia Professor Dr. Muhammad Fazli Sabri, Dean, Faculty of Human Ecology, Universiti Putra Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Adi Irma Susanti, Dean, School of Communication and Business, Telkom University, Bandung, Indonesia, Associate Professor Dr. Liz Kurnia Nurhayati, Director, Postgraduate and Advanced Learning, Telkom University, Bandung, Indonesia, Dr. Imdad Rabi, Head of International Student Recruitment, Higher Education and Consultancy, Birmingham, United Kingdom, Bahagia Professor Dr. Jayum Anak Jawan, Education and Consultancy, Birmingham, United Kingdom, Bahagia Professor Dr. Jayum Anak Jawan, Founding Dean, Faculty of Humanities, Management and Science, Universiti Putra Malaysia, Bintulu, Sarawak Campus, UPM Top Management, distinguished professors and keynote speakers, lecturers, students, this morning for the opening ceremony of the iRandau UPM KB International Conference of Social Sciences and Management, iRandau 2021. I would like to congratulate the Faculty of Humanities, Management and Science, Universiti Putra Malaysia, Bintulu Campus for successfully organizing this international conference that will take place over 2 days, i.e. 22nd and 23rd June 2021. Although our country, as are all countries worldwide, is affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, yet many of you from different countries are coming together to overcome this barrier and are utilizing technology to organize scholarly sharing online. Congratulations for your initiative and resilience in facing this challenging time. I am most honored to be invited to officiate at iRandau 2021, which is held at the international level for the very first time. Randau is a Dayak Iban term which means discuss. As such, Randau is a platform to share stories or to chat and exchange views on any issue. The word Randau is unique to the Dayak community of Sarawak. It is the platform for the community to discuss, deliberate, and share for the benefit of their community. Within that context, it has been used frequently in Sarawak to denote these causes. It is with that intention that Universiti Putra Malaysia, Bintulu Campus, is bringing the Randau platform to engage their peers and colleagues in information exchanges and sharing for the benefits of all that sign together. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic that began manifesting itself in late December 2019 has had a huge impact in Malaysia and around the world. In January 2020, the World Health Organization (WHO) declared a pandemic due to the spread of a new type of coronavirus, i.e., the one that caused the COVID-19 outbreak. In line with this declaration, countries all over the world have closed some of all sectors, including education. The Movement Control Order, MCO, implemented in Malaysia has forced the closure of many schools and educational institutions in an attempt to break the chain of transmission of this virus. As a result, the face-to-face teaching and learning processes that have been the norms had to be suspended or improvised during the MCO period. However, to ensure that the education system does not come to a standstill, the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, recommends the use of various technologies to ensure the continuity of teaching and learning. Today, online teaching and learning, TNL, is a new norm in the education system in Malaysia, whether at the school level or in institutions of higher learning. This is to ensure that teaching and learning go on despite the pandemic. The Ministry of Higher Education, MOHE, and accreditation bodies such as the Malaysian Accreditation Agency, MQA, and the Engineering Accreditation Council, EAC, have also come up with guidelines to ensure the quality of teaching and learning is not compromised. Indeed, COVID-19 has brought about many new forms of valuable experiences in finding alternatives to the usual TNL processes before the onset of the pandemic. Nonetheless, amidst existing limitations that have arisen in the implementation of the online learning methods, various webinars and online conferences have been successfully implemented at local, national, and international levels. iRandau 2021 continues this attempt to go beyond the limit imposed by the pandemic to bring together scholars from various nations together to berandau, i.e., to discuss and share their research and findings in an attempt to push the boundary of knowledge to influence policy formulations for the benefit of the country and community at large. So, ladies and gentlemen, in conjunction with UPM's 50th Golden Jubilee, Celebration UPM shows that it continues to strive to strengthen its role and importance as a reference center for community and university transformations. In this regard, UPM carried out many community services through the transfer of knowledge that in turn has helped raise the well-being of the community in accordance with UPM's position in the ranking of 143QS World University Ranking 2022. In organizing iRandau 2021, it is hoped that scholarly findings could be shared with the international audiences, be they scholars, researchers, students, and members of the international communities. And apart from teaching, research is also the main thrust in the higher education institutions, HEI's ecosystem. Higher education institutions, HEI, need to advance research and harness strengths in the intellectual field to impact the community and society. This is in line with the intention of the Ministry of Higher Education, especially the Department of Higher Education, to raise the agenda of universities for society. That is, universities conduct research and the results or findings provide solutions or answers to various problems faced by society today. In this regard, the organization of iRandau in the forms of conferences, seminars, and webinars among HEIS is an important platform to disseminate and share research findings and its applications. iRandau 2021 is one of UPM's great initiatives to converge scholars from various countries such as Indonesia and the United Kingdom, share their findings and their scholarly work in an effort to resolve and overcome human challenges that cut across national boundary. Once again, I would like to congratulate the Faculty of Humanities, Management and Science and UPMKB for taking the initiative to organize iRandau 2021 in line with the role of UPMKB in strengthening ethnic and social studies by focusing on various areas to enhance economic development as well as improve the quality of life of the community, especially the community in Sarawak and beyond. Hopefully, the iRandau 2021 organization team, Empowering Community and Beyond, will be a platform for social researchers to disseminate scholarly findings, to share aspirations and community empowerment responsibilities. I trust that the findings of many scholarly research that will be presented in this international conference will be used as input under the UPMKB Social Laboratory Platform to further assist policy formulations and implementations in the development process. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. With those remarks, I hereby officiate Randau UPMKB International Conference of Social Sciences and Management, iRandau 2021. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
We thank Yang Berhormat Dato' Mansur bin Haji Oman for the officiating speech. We now invite everyone to view the launching gimmick montage. Montage.
Now where we will be discussing various issues of significant to Malaysia, to the other countries that have relation with Malaysia. So I think it's a very good platform where experts converge, discuss, check on each other what they have been doing and how they can move beyond what they have done in order to contribute to a better understanding between various community within Malaysia as well as outside of Malaysia.
Dia adalah selaras dengan moto SDG, Sustainable Development Goal 2030, iaitu Leave No One Behind. Saya fikir inilah yang digunakan oleh Kerajaan Negeri Sarawak untuk merapatkan jurang antara masyarakat bandar dan luar bandar. Di Sarawak ni kita from bottom up. So maknanya rakyat minta dewan, kita buat dewan. Rakyat minta jambatan, kita buat jambatan. Rakyat minta rumah mereka diperbaiki, kita buat perbaiki. Apa yang menarik di sini adalah kita melihat bajet pembangunan yang diperuntukkan dalam bajet Sarawak 2021 sebanyak 4.25 bilion. This is higher than any of other state budget itself.
Kita kena turunkan ilmu kepada orang-orang kita. Beri dia ilmu supaya dia boleh berdikari tadi.
Anda harus memahami psikososial masyarakat.
Anda harus memahami apakah cara berfikir masyarakat di sini.
Jadi to have that awareness and the desire to learn tu sangat penting.
Kita jual produk, mesti ada produk hampir sama. Kalau kita tak layan customer kita bagus, dengan media sosial ni, customer ada pilihan lain.
Kita bantu usahawan-usahawan untuk menjalankan ataupun meneruskan perniagaan mereka.
Kita mesti kena ada goal. Goal kena ada deadline.
As a student, I gain new knowledge and new information from this program, and even one of my lecturer did some small sharing sessions among us students to allow us to share on our experience and exchange of information about what we had learned from iRandau.
I expect this program will strengthen the role and importance of UPM as a reference center for community and university transformation. Through the university for the community approach, these initiatives will provide meaningful services to the knowledge transfer and in turn lead to the well-being of the community and the improvement in the quality of life of the local community especially. In conjunction with the UPM 50th Golden Jubilee, input from the iRandau program will be gathered and published as a reference for the future generations.
In this event, some serious event participants, presenters, and committee members on Zoom, please turn on your webcams and smile to the camera. Our ICT crew will capture some still images for the time capsules. You ready? All right, thank you. As we transition to the keynote session, let us watch some more videos from our partner, Business Event Sarawak.
Savages. Yes, we are. But that was 100 years ago.
36.5. Okay, pass.
Sarawak, the land of hornbills and giant flowers, where people smile a lot and everyone's your friend, even the headhunters. Welcome to Sarawak's new normal.
Sir. 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 Your temperature is fine, but you can't go in like this.
What? Why not?
You'll need to have a mask on before entering.
Huh?
Follow me.
The essentials. You already know this. Wear a face mask at all times. Sneeze into a flax elbow or tissue. Dispose tissues and face masks into a designated bin. Wash your hands with soap for 20 seconds. Here's a trick you can use. Follow the new normal. Download contact tracing apps and scan the QR code before entering premises. Go through temperature screening. Practice physical distancing, and it's 1 meter, so remember, not so close. Use alcohol-based hand sanitizer.
User may now enter.
Learn and be inspired. Remember to wear your face mask throughout the event. And now, explore and be excited. Greet the Malaysian way. Sarawak is known for its undeniably good food, but there is a lot more. Welcome to Sarawak.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, distinguished Professor Dr. Samsul Amri Baharudin. He is an anthropologist from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. He is one of 5 distinguished professors appointed by the Ministry of Education of Malaysia. He is also a fellow at the Academy of Sciences Malaysia. In February 2019, distinguished Professor Dr. Samsul Amri Baharudin is the director of the Institute of Ethnic Studies at University Kebangsaan Malaysia and an architect of Malaysia's first ever National Unity Index and a frequent social commentator on politics, economics, and cultures of the ASEAN countries. The topic of the speech is sociological imagination and the empowering of community. Please welcome our distinguished Professor, Dr. Samsul Amri Baharudin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable guests, colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored to be invited by UPM, the Bintulu campus, to share some of my ideas that I have developed in the last 40 years, working as a lecturer and a researcher, and now at this stage, involving in constructing master plans and also national policies. What I want to do today after listening to the opening speech as well as the list of participants that I came to know, and the list of papers that they want to publish, I think what we need at this juncture is to really see what are the big ideas and the big analytical tools that we can use to make sense of this notion of empowering the community. Because I think we can go on, which I think is fine, to pinpoint particular research projects, particular practical project or practices in building a community. But I think it's more than just building, it's empowering the community. So this is why I use the term sociological imagination, the need for us to have an idea, how do we do this? At the highest level, right down to the grassroots level. And I think working with people from various levels as an anthropologist, from economic planning unit in Kuala Lumpur and Putrajaya down to the district office. I think this is what we have to look at. And I know a lot of my ex-students have become district officers in Sarawak. So in some ways, I learn from them. In some ways, I share with them these ideas. And in the process of trying to make sense of what we are confronted with, this is why I encourage people to look and to pause and imagine and think, how do we deal with these major issues and difficult issues? It's not easy. I mean, we have referred to in the last 20 minutes, half an hour on COVID-19. Yeah? And what does it mean to the community? Who is going to speak about COVID-19 and community? We haven't heard, really. We only heard about individuals and families affected by COVID-19. So it is interesting to me. Can you imagine a digital platform of community communication? We haven't talked about that. How does a community create its existence, continuity of its existence in the next couple of months or years as we go through the COVID challenge? So I think these are some of the basic things that I want to share, as well as to ask you to think along, and probably, as iRandau suggests, we have to discuss, we have to debate, and we have to find not so much solution. Conferences doesn't provide solution. Conferences give us ideas and imagination. How do we move on from where we are? This is why the choice of this topic is sociological imagination and the empowering of the community. Next slide, please. What do I mean by sociological imagination? Can I have the next slide, please? I'm referring to a very, the slide before, yes. I'm referring to a term, sociological imagination. Can I have the slide previously? That's the slide that I need. I will tell you when I'm ready to change. This is a very familiar term for those who are doing sociology, who are doing anthropology. Why? When we do research, as much as when we do work in the field, whether you are a district officer or election officer or census officers, that is the first thing you have to do, which is the capacity to shift from one perspective to another, to enable to look at your life and your own personal issues and relate them to other people, history and social structure, which simply means you may be thinking with your smartphone you are living alone. No, you are not living alone. You are living together with so many components around you that influences you. And each of these components has particular effect on your life. When it talks about smartphone, internet connection is very important. Telecommunication is important. And then the history, how we have improved this communication from one platform to another platform. And to what extent the market, the society have been affected by changes. So in short, to have a sociological imagination, it requires to think ourselves away from our daily routines and look at them anew. This is what we are trying to do all the time. We try to think ourselves, but ourselves is not what we are right way now, but in our daily routines, how do we interact with them? And how do we adapt and adopt things? Because I think this is what we are doing every day. Whether you are a planner, whether you are a banker, whether you are a policeman, I think continuously you operate and work in this sociological imagination. We just don't know, we just don't call it that way, but I'm trying to introduce the term today. I remember Professor Jayum always tell me, how can we apply this knowledge? How do we package this knowledge for people on the ground to use? I think that makes the knowledge useful. And this is the intention that I have today, is to allow us to begin thinking about issues of communities in the context of this idea of our framework or analytical tool, you want to call it, sociological imagination. And there are three components that we have to remember. There is social structure, society, state, and market. These are the major structures in a society. History. In our country, those colonized countries, we have pre-colonial, colonial, and post-colonial histories, and each has its own impact on society, individuals, and community. And biography. Biography simply means the story of the individual, family, community as they go through the pre-colonial, colonial, and post-colonial society, and how they are affected by the different structures. So in that sense, biography, every census that we do every 10 years, we are actually extracting data from the biography. The biography that is shaped by history, the biography that is shaped by structure. So we look at the economic condition of a family, for example. We have to look into the history of the family. We have to look into the structure of the society that affect the family. And I think this is why I think it is useful to use this as an analytical tool as much as a way of analyzing and collecting data. And I think this is where we have to really make sense of ourselves. Whatever we do, even a simple exercise, as Associate Professor Muhammad Abdullah said, building bridges. I mean, the physical exercise of building bridges necessitate the beginning of thinking of how do we do that. I remember, my first field research was in Maludam in Sarawak, many years ago. So at that time, there was no bridge. I had to go by boat, 6 hours boat from Kuching. And then I had to get another boat for 2 hours inside. So it's quite interesting for me to see the idea that has to guide us in order for us to see these little things that we have to patch, the little things we have to do, and how do we contribute to that. I think this is where meeting like this is so important from my point of view. And I'm thankful to UPM and group of people who are doing this. Yeah? Next slide, please. Now, where is community in sociological imagination? That's the next step we have to know. We talk about sociological imagination, about the components that relates to history and structure, but we are looking at the biography, which is within which the community is found. And it is the biography, which is the story of the lives of the people, individual, families, and community that we are going to get in touch with. We are going to affect in whatever we do. Whatever we want to talk in terms of budget, in terms of facilities. In front of, we have the government structures. Yeah, we have parliament, we have state legislative council. These are structures. Yeah, and there are different structures through history. In Sarawak or in Semenanjung, we have different structures. Pre-colonial, colonial time and post-colonial time. So we all come from a community. I must say that, yeah? We all come from, and we can see through the genealogy of our family how each differentiate themselves, how each behave differently, and how each has influenced us the way we do. I mean, I saw the Sarawak videos just now, and I could see in 100 years, the headhunters become headhunters no more. But I would say the word headhunters are still being used by corporate people. Yeah. So headhunters is not only in the middle of the jungle in the Sarawak 100 years ago, but in Kuala Lumpur right away in the capital city, headhunting is going on, looking for new directors, new non-executive directors, GLC boss. So the headhunting goes on. It didn't stop. So we borrowed this term from an activity which happened in a community long ago. But where is that community that produced the term? This is the question. We celebrate the term. The corporate culture consists of many traditional terms based on community, but where is that community? So this is where I think this conference is wonderful for me because give me an opportunity, and all of us, I hope, to look at the once community that we have. It's not the same community we have now, but remnants of that community in terms of linguistic words and practices are still there. I mean, you see the dress and the costume of the Dayak man with his parang, you know, with his long knife. I don't think you see them going around Kuching, but you see them in Sarawak Cultural Village. That's it. What does it mean? It means, in many ways, all these traditions are being revived, but there must be a community to revive it. It's not enough to depend solely on small groups. You must have many communities, and in fact, the state is taking up what has been the community cultures to showcase them as Sarawak tradition. So I think this is very important. But I think community is made, we know that community is made up of families and individuals. This is the sociological imagination way of looking at communities. Communities is made of families and individuals, and therefore, community plus families plus individuals equal to society. So I want to make it very clear. These are the three important components called biography in sociological imagination. It is this biography of the community, families, individual affected by structures and affected by history. So we are articulating how, say for example, school system affected us. The many languages that we use in the school system, education, affect us and affect our community and create our biography. How does the Sarawak history or Semenanjung history has affected us? It does. We still have an integral component in the constitution, the royal family. That's why we call it Raja Berperlembagaan. So it's quite interesting for us to see how this community slowly changed its nature because of colonialism. So after colonization and introduction of modernity, because for me, modernity was introduced by colonial powers, Western powers. And one of the features of modernity is democracy that came with us. That came and we practiced. So if you think about democracy, the most important thing that comes to your mind is voting. That is the first visual and also conceptual way of looking at democracy is the role of individual as voters. So nobody, I think, would see democracy other than individual and its voters. Of course, there are division of labor, there are executive powers of the different legislative, judiciary, executive, but The critical part that creates that democracy is you and I, our votes, that create a member of parliament that runs the country. But what we forgot in all this is that when we introduce in a modern sense, in a post-colonial sense, in fact, in colonial sense, because election was introduced during the British era, local council elections in the 50s, 52. So political parties were introduced then. So I think what I saw at that time from reading the history books and also from talking to the elders, we found that family component in the community is ignored as even though it's a social unit that linked by blood and marriage, but we have ignored that in democracy. I don't imagine a family will go and vote, all of them, no. Only a few in the family. A certain age level, it was 25, 21, now it's 18. So what does it mean? It means that we have singled out individuals and empower them. The community that we have doesn't have that power anymore. So we have the individual that we empower. So democratic society or in democratic system, family not registered officially as a political unit in electoral system. I don't see it anywhere, nowhere in the world that the whole community and the whole family, being registered. Only those are eligible for election. For voting in an election. So it's quite interesting how slowly the community that we know in sociological imagination, there's the individual, family, and community, slowly being disintegrate slowly. Why? Because family has been replaced by household. So household is a new term, a new concept that we use in lieu of family, but it's not totally family because it's about people who stay in one place and not necessarily related. So you can be all your 6 of you, all your classmates together in a house, called a household, but they are not a family. So you have to be very clear about it because the consequences is that in the census of each country, the household become very critical component in deciding how government should spend money, what plan they should have, income measurement, and so on is based on household income and information from household, not from a family. So the community is without the family in the way we operate. Next slide, please. Can I have the next slide? So, since we're talking about empowering the community, before that, please, the slide before that. Next, after this. Yeah, this one, stick to this one until I ask you to move, yeah, please. See, I want to know, when I was preparing this course, this particular lecture, I wanted to know what was the process of disempowering of a community. Because if we want to empower a community, we must have taken a position that says that the community needs empowering because it has been disempowered. So using that assumption, I want to look at how we disempower the community in order for us to empower the community. So this is the task that before us. But before we could suggest about what we could do about empowering, we have to look how it's being disempowered. In the postmodern sense, it's called how it is deconstructed. Yeah, the community was deconstructed. So, as I said, it began roughly in this country, I think, with the introduction of modern democracy. Probably in Indonesia, probably elsewhere too, but began with the introduction of modern democracy, especially electoral democracy. So the breakup of sociological imagination link, there's a link between individual, family, and community. So without the family, the link, the most critical link in the society is broken. That's why when we talk about social problem in this country, I'm not sure about other countries, but in this country, you can see that all the social problems point to one area, point to one origin, the family. It starts there. You produce the individual that later became problems for the society. Families, marriage, and so on and so forth, whether it's drug addiction, and so on and so forth. So the family, even though it's absent, but it's still responsible for reproduction and procreating. So I think in some sense, you cannot leave the family, but because the government system is such, the democratic system is that we leave the family, but the family is actually critically deciding the future of the community and the pattern of how we live. So there was a time when family was very important in the context of city-state during the Roman Empire and the Middle Age, and then later become direct democracy, we call them, where the family was still important in that sense. But I think representative democracy, like what we have in this country and many other countries, family as a unit disappeared officially. But family, individual members of the family are part of the system, participating and voting. So election starts when the population expanded beyond cities and became nation state. So individual counts, not family. So in this sense, we can see that I remember reading the origin of Jabatan Kebajikan Masyarakat and Kemajuan Kampung. You see, we call it community development. And we use this term quite freely about community development. But what we are doing is not community development. What we are doing is trying to reinforce the position of individuals, reinforce the leadership in political parties, not the community. Community only is a base. It's used as platform. I'm sorry to say this because I live in that kind of community and I could see the transformation from before colonialism ended, that means the 50s, I was in school, and then after that, and until now, I could see the transition, the shrinking of the community. But now we are trying to revive it, hopefully through digital means and platform. This is our hope. But we look at how it gets disempowered is because it's systematically removed or disappeared. But not in reality. In reality, it is still there. The family is still there, but not in official sense. So if you look at the 11 or 10 Malaysia plan, I don't think there's a chapter on a family. We only have a chapter on perpaduan, We don't have, we don't address those issues. Therefore, we don't address the community. We address the community of individuals, but not the community of families. So we leave the families, But try ask the Chinese. They trace their origin through family. See, this is the irony. We don't consider family very important, but family business. We use the term family business. The family is still there. But it doesn't appear in the running of the country. But I would say it also appears in the running country in the sense of what? In the sense we have political dynasties in this country. Lim Guang Eng and his father, Mahathir and his children, Najib and brothers, Karpal Singh and children. We have Anwar and his wife and children. So we have dynasties, family dynasties in Malaysian politics. Even though it is not recognized as part and parcel of the system, but it is a vehicle for politics in the country. So while you don't recognize them, but they actually influence us in policy making. I don't want to talk about families in Sarawak, then I may not be able to go there. So I might as well say that family in Sarawak is really important from my point of view, in the way Sarawak has been run for 100 years. Otherwise, who is the great man who runs Sarawak for a long time? Yeah, it's not a family. Yeah. So next slide, please. Next slide. Now, how do we begin? How do we want to rebuild this community. So we must begin with an idea that what we can build in a community is social cohesion. It's not unity, it's cohesion. Cohesion, we need, so the cohesion, a cohesive community is very important. So if we want to start thinking about cohesive community, then we are talking the possibility of having this community re-empowered. What does social cohesion mean? It means to agree on two critical dimensions. Dimension one, we agree to agree. If you have seen the beautiful calendar we have where they have any shops, where they have on Friday, they have a mosque, and on Saturday, they have a horse. Why? Because horse racing on Saturday, Friday prayers. They're all there in one calendar. We have already admitted and accepted we are all cohesive society. We agree to agree, and we don't have to have permission from the government to agree. So I think this is the interesting part about Malaysia. The same thing, if you have, I don't know how often, but in Semenanjung, street wedding, every weekend there'll be people having marriages and wedding on the street organized with lots of fanfare, makan and whatever else you do. And this is not a government effort. This is the effort of the people, the individuals of the society. They are aware, they are concerned about sustaining a certain level of community cohesiveness. And I don't know why in the SDG they don't address this. There are 17 matters being addressed by SDG, but not on community, not on cohesion. I don't know what they're addressing. So my debate with people who actually champion SDG is, where is the community? Where is the cohesion? Yeah, we assume they are there, but can we put and showcase them as a critical thing that we have to look at? So this is why in the index that we produced, the Ministry of National Unity have produced, first the Jabatan Perpaduan, the Department of National Unity in 2018 produced the National Unity Index. So inside the index, we register the other dimension of social cohesion. The one dimension is agree to agree, the other dimension is agree to disagree. There are a lot of people in this country who disagree on many things, but have we ever registered them? Yes, we have done that in 2018. We have town hall meeting all over the country to accumulate what people think, what are the problems that is faced by this country. The question is, number one, why do you like Malaysia? Number two, why don't you like Malaysia? And number three, if you don't like, what do you want to suggest? So from this discussion, Randau all over the country, that's what we did. So from this discussion, we come out with what we call social deficit. What we agree, we call it. What we disagree, we call them social deficit. Can you please, next slide? Next slide, please. Now, what we have to do is, we have to, no, not yet. I'm not concluding yet. Please, the slide before. Yeah, solving social deficit. So we must recognize that there are things that is not resolved in this country. That's the first thing we have to do, to recognize and to accept there are things not resolved, not sweeping them under the carpet. I think that's the worst we can do. It doesn't help. So what do? So we call it social deficit. Social deficit means something yet to be achieved, to be resolved. It's not utang, It's not something we borrow a loan or something. No, this is, what is a deficit? Deficit is something that we still have to recover from, So we have identified 9+1. Why is 9+1? Because we had two governments in between what we were doing. One government said it's not enough, you have to do it again, so we did twice. So the first time we got was 9, the second time we got, the second government was 1. So interesting, Perpaduan, national unity, social deficits. important to all government, whatever you are, whatever party you belong. In this country, the issue of community, issue of unity, issue of cohesion remains critical, and we are aware of it. So there is ethnicity, religion, social class, education, language, generation gap, gender, federalism concept, Sarawak for Sarawakian, Sabah for Sabahan. These are issues. People keep talking, you like it or not. Yeah, and then urban and rural, and obvious, the last one is media. Media has played the role, incredibly important role, both in uniting and dividing us. So that's why it's a capital letter. It is one of the, and we even produce hate speech law, trying to resolve this media initiated division in the country. So what do we do to solve this? What do we do to solve this social deficit, which means that re-empowering the community? The first thing we have to be to create integration platform based on the principles of bargaining, negotiation, and mediation. We have to do it. Whether it's written or not, we have to do it, and we have been doing it, and this is what we managed to extract from the people. Principle of bargaining, negotiation, and mediation. We are in the midst. If you read the newspaper for the last 1 week, what do you see? Agong is the biggest mediator in the country. The most important person who is mediating all sorts of things at the higher level in the country, whether it's about pandemic or without politics. I call it the two P's, pandemic and politics. So Agong there in the middle, negotiating, bargaining, but in essence, he is mediating, listening to everybody, calling everybody. So he is the iconic mediator in the country. So this is what I mean. Federal Constitution, Rukun Negara, these are all integration platform. And they are top down, bottom up, and within grassroots. We build them all the time. Whether straight wedding is another way that you want to see within the grassroots, they are organizing themselves. Yeah. So I think this is what we have to, while we always criticize ourselves in Malaysia, I think we also have to say we are quite a good lot. We are ready to bargain, negotiate, and mediation. We try to avoid conflict at all costs. Conflict is not an option. So if you want to re-empower the community, conflict is not an option. You have to create platform. And I would use the term Chief Muhammad Abdullah, Dr. Muhammad Abdullah, is to build bridges. Yeah? We have to build bridges. So not only literal, this is what I call integration platform, which is bridges. And probably it's easier for you to see these bridges at this platform. In Sarawak, you look far away from the coast, you see a lot of oil Petronas platform. You see there? They are building there, hundreds of them. This is what I mean. We have hundreds of this platform, and we are building them at the district level, at the at the Mukim level, and every level and every sector. The last slide, please. Last slide, please. So there are three things that I think we have to take into consideration when we talk about re-empowering. First, how the empowered community began and why did it survive and how long it survived. So if you confront a particular, say, issue of a longhouse, issue of a district, issue of a particular community, you ask the question, how was it originally? What is the pre-colonial time, colonial and post-colonial changes that went through? Traditional living, face-to-face relation, kinship ties are strong at that time, and small-scale community subsistence. So it's a different structure in a different period. And then came modernity. It unites and it divides. What has happened to that community? How does it become divided? And what are the remnants of the unity they have? So you have to ask this question. They are not in the list or when you do planning, but This is what the officers have to ask, because this will guide them when they look at specific issues. Community broken down, family officially disappeared, family just providing voters rather than family voting. So the empowering community means re-empowering community, rebuilding social cohesion through resolving social deficit. And our hope, as we are now in this COVID time, is we must explore how does digital platform can actually contribute to empowering community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished Professor Dr. Samsul Amri Baharudin, for that input. Here, we would like to take a moment to explain that the conference participants on Zoom, as well as Facebook, may post their questions on the comments section. This is similarly the case for our general audience tuning in on Facebook Live, as well as YouTube. Please indicate to whom the questions are directed to, and rest assured that they will be read out after they're addressed by keynote speaker free towards the end of the session. Now over to you, Melissa.
The second speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdullah bin Haji Zaidil. He is the Director of Sarawak Economic Planning Unit. He graduated from University Malaysia Sarawak Unimas with a PhD in Finance and Master's degree for Business Management from University Technology Mara. Since 2019, he is an alumni of Harvard Business School, Harvard University. Since 2008, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdullah is a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Economics and Business, Unimas. He also spent a fair bit of time in the corporate sector. As well, he was the Senior Vice President at CAF, Seagrove and Campbell Securities, Sdn Bhd, and a Vice President at CIMB Securities, Sdn Bhd. Presently, he is a board member for the National Welsh Consultative Council, Sarawak Economic Development Corporation, Land Custody Development Authority, and Petroleum Sarawak Berhad. The topic of his speech is Socio-Economic Strategy to Empower Community in Sarawak. Please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdullah bin Haji Zaidil.
Excuse me, Doctor, I think your mic is muted. Yeah, just now. There is no audio input from you. No audio.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now we do.
Okay. Assalamualaikum and salam sejahtera everybody. Foremost, distinguished Professor Datuk Dr. Samsul Amri Baharudin, Founding Director for Institute of Ethnic Studies UKM. A very pleasant presentation keynote just now, Datuk.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
Professor Dr. Jayum Anak Jawan, Founding Dean Faculty of Humanities, Management and Science, UPM, Bintulu Campus. Tan Sri, Datuk-Datuk, Tuan-Tuan, Puan-Puan, dan hadirin yang saya hormati sekalian. Pagi ini saya amat berbesar hati kerana diberi kesempatan untuk menyampaikan keynote address ini mengenai strategi pembangunan negeri Sarawak towards empowering community in Sarawak. So this was a topic given to me, and it so happened this in line with our what we are doing now under TPU, especially in our aspiration of to make Sarawak to be a developed state by the year 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished audience, the objective of my keynote this morning are to share our aspiration and strategy towards empowering our community in Sarawak by propelling our economic development towards a high income and advanced state by the year 2030. I will also highlight opportunities of socio-economic development strategy in Sarawak before I conclude my keynote. Our aspiration is by 2030, Sarawak will be a thriving society driven by data and innovation, where everyone enjoys economic prosperity, social inclusivity, and sustainable environment. Sarawak aspires to be a developed state by the year 2030. This vision is anchored on 3 pillars: economic prosperity, inclusive society, and environmental sustainability. In terms of our economic prosperity, Sarawak needs to double the size of our economy from 136 billion ringgit in 2019 to 282 billion ringgit by the year 2030. Our second pillar is for an inclusive society, whereby our project or initiative to be community-centric. The distribution of wealth to the community must be equitable. Income gap will be reduced with an improved GNI coefficient. Finally, our third pillar, environmental sustainability. We must keep the environment clean and healthy for current and future generations. Thus, sustainability will be the key principle of our economy. Moving forward, we will innovate using data to increase productivity, develop high-value products, improve safety and environment conservation. Historically, from 2006 to 2019 shows that Sarawak GDP grew at an average of 3.4% per annum. As Sarawak aspires to become a high-income state, Sarawak needs to grow an average of 8% per annum up to 2030, of which Sarawak GDP will reach 282 billion ringgit by the year 2030. This is a tall order, and Sarawak needs to address these gaps in the ecosystem of the economy, which covers change the economic structure by increasing the scale of production to capture efficiencies in upstream, increasing downstream activities, and grow the service sector to support the primary and secondary sectors activities. Modernize and increase efficiency. This needs to be driven by both digital and physical connectivity. Increase household income to GDP share. Sarawak has the largest number of poor households. 56,282 households earning below household income of less than 2,131 ringgit based on 2019. The people's livelihood, or in other words, the community livelihood, is a priority. Hence, this is a must. Besides creating more jobs, our community should be encouraged to participate in entrepreneurial activities. So, Sarawak is a major economic strategy. As you see on the screen, our efforts are geared towards leveraging the state's competitive edge and addressing imbalances. Our major socio-economic sector will be fully developed based on digital economy and environmental sustainability. Our strategy is anchored on 6 economic sectors as the main engine of growth. These sectors are namely manufacturing, commercial agriculture, tourism, forestry, mining, and services. For example, under the manufacturing sector, among the initiatives are developing petrochemical industry, expansion of Samajaya High-Tech Park, bio-industrial park, furniture park, and a local SME as OEM manufacturers. On commercial agriculture, agro parks, for example, over 20 designated food crop production and commercial farming location and high-value downstream product development. For example, oleochemical will be developed. Tourism. The initiative include to increase number of tourists from 5 million to 7.75 million tourists per annum. Increase Kuching International Airport connectivity to Far East and Middle East and promote culture, adventure, nature, food, and festival. Sometimes we term short term it as CANIF, CANFF. And on forestry, replanting of 200,000 hectares of degraded forest areas, furniture industries, and carbon credit programs. Our target is 35 million trees to be planted by 2025. As for mining, we review existing mining policy to promote downstream processing and undertake digitalization of mining database to manage the resource efficiently. And as for social services, various poverty alleviation program, example, housing vouchers, Sarawak Care Insurance, medical equipment, special needs, welfare services, etc., etc. So these are some of the plan that we have. The sixth economic sector will be supported by 7 enablers. The sectors that I mentioned earlier is supported by 7 enablers, namely digital transformation, innovation, basic infrastructure, transport, utility, renewable energy, and education and human capital. Digital transformation, satellite internet, and 1,500 telco towers, developing data center infrastructure, adaptation of blockchain technology, IoT, big data for government initiative, and 700 megahertz bandwidth. On the innovation, we have bio-industrial park, digital test beds and living labs, bio-hub spot, venture capital funds, and digital ecosystem. As for the basic infrastructure, second trunk road, coastal road network, 2 deep sea ports, which is Kuching and Bintulu, 3 industrial zone area deep sea ports, coastal highways, and urban road expansions. So these are the enablers, and beside that, on transportation, Kuching Urban Transportation System, ART project, terminal expansion, Kuching and Sibu Airport, increase of international flight and connectivity. And as for our utilities, I think Datuk Jayung very familiar with this. 100% electricity and water supply to rural areas, Pan Sarawak gas pipeline, and Sungai and single water entity. These are the things that we have in the pipeline. And on renewable energy, 50 megawatt floating solar, mini hydro projects, first mover in driving Asian hydrogen economy, and 60% energy from renewable sources. As for the education and human capital, 5 international schools, 6 center of technical excellence, Centex, and 60% science literate workforce. That's the target. Currently, Sarawak economy is highly dependent on oil and gas industry. For example, mining and manufacturing makes up about 40% of Sarawak GDP. By 2030, Sarawak will shift its economic structure with high contribution from service sector and high value added activities, including oleochemical, food processing, petrochemical, and hydrogen. As we are talking now, as I am presenting my keynote address now, our Chief Minister, our Right Honourable Chief Minister is having a meeting with high-level leaders now on hydrogen industry expansion. Currently, as I am presenting keynote, they are having a meeting now on hydrogen expansion, where a huge investment on hydrogen by an Australian group into Sarawak by next year. So Sarawak will continue to build up its primary resources production, such as agriculture and mining. For example, kaolin clay, silica sand, rare earth element, limestone, etc. With more emphasis on downstream processing and in a significantly more efficient and sustainable manner through modern technology. The increase of production of upstream activity in agriculture and mining sector will provide feedstock to the manufacturing and complementary service sector. As a result, the state economic structure will shift towards high contribution from the services, which is 35.8% in 2019 to 38.9% by the year 2030. And manufacturing 26.9% in 2019 to 29% by 2030. Quality investment is expected to drive economic activity and create more high-income jobs to power economic growth, especially among the communities. We expect to create additional 200,000 high-paying jobs from both government and business activities and increase employment to 1.5 million by the year 2030 from the current 1.3 million today. Driven by the new job opportunities created by the catalytic initiative, communities will need to seize this opportunity to increase income and standard of living. In 2030, we project average household median income to achieve Ringgit Malaysia 15,000 per month, increase from 4,544 in 2019 or 231% increase. To make sure that every community in Sarawak has a share in the fruit of our labor, we have a combination of initiatives and policy changes that aim to upskill our community, to give them the opportunity to be able to fill these high-skill jobs. Example, engineers, lawyers, financial analysts. The younger generation will be given an early start courtesy of initiative that aims to raise the bar in education, training of teachers and syllabus, cultivating creativity, interest in science and mathematics, and also technically vocational skills. Now, let me deep dive on the Sarawak development opportunities. As is in other parts of Malaysia, Sarawak economy has contracted by an estimated of 3.5% to -5% in the year 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The economy is expected to rebound to between 6% to 8% in 2021. This is following the assumption that there is improvement in global economy, there is the world trade. Economic activities will gain momentum, improvement in external market, improvement in commodity prices, low base of 2020. The downside risks remain with the successful containment of the pandemic and sustained external demand. If you look at the chart shown on the table, Sarawak GDP, as I described just now, is third largest in Malaysia, but the state remains one of the lowest in Malaysia in terms of median income. So next, to relate to this, I'd like to link to the infrastructure project that we are going through, which is the road networks. Sarawak to develop 3 major road networks. Coastal road networks, which is about 896 kilometers, involve construction of 10 major bridges with a total length of 17.5 kilometers and pavement improvement works along existing coastal road with overall cost of 5 billion ringgit. We are also looking and undertaking currently second trunk road network, which is about 242 kilometers, is to shorten the travel distance between Kuching and Cebu. Under this program, the state will build 3 major bridges, 10 minor bridges, 1 viaduct, 1 interchange, and a total length of 5,485 kilometers. Overall cost involved is 6 billion ringgit. Miri Limbang Lawas connectivity is an alternative road from Lawas and Limbang to Miri, bypassing Brunei. It includes state-funded Miri Limbang Link Road, which is about 242 kilometers, with estimated cost of 1.36 billion ringgit, and Sabah Sarawak Link Road, 267 kilometers, with estimated cost of 1.86 billion. This is under KKR. And the overall length of the road is 509 kilometers with a total cost of 3.22 billion. And for the cost of the coastal road, second trunk road, Miri Limbang Lawas connectivity is funded by the state money. So these are done through alternative funding and value re-engineering. As for our water supply grid is to provide reliable, sustainable, and resilient water supply to the community of Sarawak and to increase the water supply coverage to 100%. Our strategy includes implementing statewide water grid, utilization of downstream of hydroelectric power dams as a source of raw water, as well as other raw water source development. Implement Sarawak Alternative Rural Water Supply (SAWAS) program, improving the reliability of water supply system, implementing non-revenue water reduction program, and embracing modern and digitalization. The estimated cost of 21.88 billion ringgit is required to implement this program. So the current water supply coverage is by 2020 urban 99.8%, rural 66.5%, and overall we have a coverage of about 83.4%. And we have to recognize the fact that Sarawak is as big or probably as big as Peninsular Malaysia, or even bigger for that matter. So far we managed to cover 83.4% in terms of water coverage. On electricity supply, the electricity supply in Sarawak is through grid and off-grid, or Sarawak Alternative Rural Electrification Scheme. We call it SARES in short. For the period of 2019 to 2020, Sarawak government has approved 2.37 billion for electricity supply projects. The current rural electricity supply coverage is 95%, whereby 90.8% through grid and 4.1% through SARES. More than 10,000 households in 366 remote villages and longhouses are enjoying 24 hours electricity supply. There are still about 19,500 rural households which are without 24-hour electricity supply. For the Tour of Malaysia plan, a total of 2.245 billion ringgit is required to implement rural electrification across the state, of which 1 billion ringgit has already been allocated. With the eventual extension of the grid to SARES and hybrid villages, an estimated 3,000 households in the village will be connected to the grid, providing them with reliable and secure supply under the Tour of Malaysia plan. To assist late applicant, our owners of newly built houses in electrified rural area, Sarawak government has also implemented an electricity connection scheme called ALAF, or Additional or Late Application Fund. This will be carried out in stages with a target of 6,000 households for this year and another 11,000 households over the next 2 years. And telecommunication, which is another important connectivity issues. that Sarawak to develop more telecommunication tower to improve internet connectivity to support digital initiative. We are targeting to develop another 1,200 telecommunication towers by the year 2022, and whereby the SMA or Sarawak Multimedia Authority will develop 600 towers by the year 2022 and another 636 towers by the year 2022 will be provided under Jandela ataupun Jalinan Digital Negara Initiative. So under SMA, the first 300 site is already there. Next 300 will be up with 30 megabits per second. Jandela 636 with 35 megabits per second. Saluran 200 with 25 megabits. And national parks, we have 9 sites. And Sarawak Rural Broadband Network, we have 150 sites. And Sabah Rural High Speed Internet, we have 48 sites. Sarawak Net for rural area, we have 60 sites with up to 30 Mbps. So next, I would like to share on how we empower our community through the development of our industrial park. Tamalaju Industrial Park, the center of heavy and energy-intensive industry, have attracted 42 investors that will create 23,000 job opportunities to our community. 8 companies with investment totaling 16 billion ringgit are already in operation and employ 11,000 workers. These companies are mainly producing aluminum ingots and billets, polycrystalline silicon, ferromanganese, and silicon manganese. So these are the main activities in this Samalaju. And on the technology, we have this Samajaya Technology Park. Samajaya Technology Park is a free industrial zone and has attracted 17.5 billion ringgit investment and generate 667 million annual spin-off. So it has generated 12,761 workforce, particularly for the local community. A total of 6.93 billion of product are exported annually from this high-tech park. So the park is now fully utilized, and Sarawak plans to expand the area to cater for more industry. As a start, 200 acres is proposed. So 200 million to acquire the land that is funded by the state, and 200 million to develop the land from the federal government. The development of Sarawak Bio-Industrial Park, or some short form SBP, will unlock Sarawak potential in bioeconomy. So SPB to provide direct, the next slide, SPB is to provide direct and indirect social economic benefit beyond GDP contribution. So in terms of economy, this SBP have an industrial impact of up to 715 million in GDP from the construction and 617 million ringgit annually all the way to 2039 from the operation. In terms of social, will create jobs for 2,373 jobs to create at a peak operation by the year 2038. And a formation of knowledge cluster also. It promotes cooperation between industry, government, and education, strengthening local bioeconomy. And it will also reduce brain drain, provide high skill, encourage STEM take-up. And for social inclusivity, it provides jobs to indigenous and local communities through commercial farming, rural transformation by developing and commercializing indigenous species that will bring benefit to the rural communities. Environmentally wise, it helps to contribute to protect the forest by facilitating commercial planting on existing agricultural land instead of harvesting directly from the forest. It plays a crucial role in waste product utilization, preservation of environment, and in promoting circular economy. On the petrochemical industry, as I mentioned earlier, with existing LNG plant, the proposed petrochemical, hydrogen, methanol, and other oil and gas downstream industries will drive Sarawak future as Sarawak manufacturing sector by the year 2030. Sarawak currently produces close to 70% of national gas and oil production. So far, we have developed a few industry in 1980. LNG, urea, high quality wax from a wide range of application. Since then, no major downstream industries have been developed. So it is time to capitalize on the indigenous gases for more petrochemical downstream industry. The pipeline and methanol and ammonia, for example. The development of Pen Sarawak gas pipeline will be a game changer to accelerate industrial development in Sarawak. As for tourism, Sarawak tourism sector, like Malaysia and other nations around the world, are severely affected by COVID-19 pandemic. Sarawak international and domestic arrival in 2020 dropped by 74% or 3.47 million visitors arrival in 2019 with 4.66 million compared to 1.19 million in 2020. On top of this, Sarawak government has also provided tourism relief assistance through our aids, bantuan khas Sarawakku Sayang, to the industry player. Sarawak also aspires its tourism to be leading destination for eco-tourism and business event in Asia region. We shall be promoting culture, adventure, nature, food, and festival. We are also exploring other potentials such as health and education tourism. So let me conclude. Sarawak economy, socio-economic strategy are directed towards leveraging our competitive edge as well as addressing imbalance to empower communities to achieve its aspiration the year 2030. So if we look at how the strength, the efforts they've been put in place, it is very important for us to note that, it is not just plan and it's just not opportunity. It must be followed through with action plan, action and execution. So these are the thing that we have planned and make available to the community in empowering them, towards Sarawak 2030. So with that, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share some of the efforts, especially on the economic side, or what the government is trying to do to develop Sarawak to be a developed state by the year 2030. Over to the host. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdullah bin Haji Zaidil. Conference participants and audience are once again invited to post their question on the comment section to be read out after the address by keynote speaker 3.
And our final speaker is Professor Dr. Jayum Anak Jawan, Professor of Politics and Development from University Putra Malaysia. He was the 15th Tun Abdul Razak Chair at the Center for International Studies and a visiting professor of political science in the Department of Political Science at Ohio University from 2015 to 2017. During his academic career, he produced more than 300 publications. He also made regular appearances and gave interviews addressing social and political issues. Professor Dr. Jayum was an adjunct professor at the Department of Governance at Northern University of Bangladesh and a Tun Juga Professorial Research Fellow at the University of Hull, England. He was a member of the National Science and Research Council for the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation Malaysia, and member of the Curriculum Subcommittee of the National Service Training Program for the Ministry of Defense, Malaysia. Additionally, he was a member of the Judicial Council of the Methodist Church of Malaysia and a founding chair and member of expert panel on Malaysian studies for the Malaysian Qualification Agency. The topic of his keynote presentation is Race and Ethnic Relations, Comparing Experiences of Malaysia and the United States. Please welcome Professor Dr. Jayum Anak Jawan.
good morning, 1 minute to noon. So thank you, Masters of Ceremonies, for the kind introduction. Oh, that's the greeting from the land of the Hornbill to all of you. I hope all is keeping well, staying safe in this very challenging time. We would like in the UPM Bintulu, Sarawak to have host all of you in our beautiful branch campus in Bintulu, Sarawak on the island of Borneo, the third largest island in the world. Perhaps another time when situation permits. Yeah. Now, first of all, let me acknowledge. First of all, Professor Dr. Muhammad Roslan Sulaiman, the Vice Chancellor of University Putra Malaysia. Associate Professor Dr. Shahrul Razid Sarbini, Director of UPM Bintulu campus, for their support in holding this international iRandau. And to our partners in organizing the international conference also, I wish to thank you. Now, respected keynote speakers. First of all, Tuan Guru, distinguished Professor Dr. Samsul Amri, Founding Director of the Institute of Ethnic Studies of University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Director Sarawak Planning Unit, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdullah Zaidel, fellow Sarawakian, and distinguished presenters, participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is quite appropriate, as you have already heard in the montage mentioned by our Vice Chancellor and also the Deputy Minister of Higher Education, including also our distinguished Professor Samsul, that iRandau is an open platform. So it is an open platform. The community, the indigenous community of Sarawak uses iRandau as a platform to come together, share opinion, discuss something, or to conduct hearing when transgression are done or carried out by members of its community. So there is no like wrestling. It's a no holds bar. But at the end of the day, the conclusion, the consensus are firm, and it is to be adhered to by the community. So I think along that line, University Putra Malaysia Campus Bintulu is raising this platform, the iRandau, the indigenous platform, to the level where I think we need to have an open dialogue to discuss something in order to find a better solution, solution that people can agree to, for the benefit of the community. Now, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, my topic, race and ethnic relation, comparing experiences of Malaysia and the United States. Now, I wish to recollect my little experience doing research and observing race and ethnic relation that has been unfolding in Malaysia and the United States. Malaysia is home and my base, but the United States provided me a comparative perspective, as I have lived there during my early student days in the late 1970s to early 1980s, staying in the beautiful Appalachian region. And again, very much later, between 2015, as the Masters of Ceremony said just now, between 2015 to 2017, when I was a visiting academic at Ohio University, Athens. That's a span of almost 40 years. So I'm grateful for that opportunity to be there. And I must say, I also thanks this professor, for assistance in helping to make that happen. Now, in the two different time periods, I was in the United States. I am a witness to two unique presidential elections. The election of the not so famous Hollywood actor by the name Ronald Reagan as the 40th US president in 1981. And the election many decades later, and the election of the US billionaire and a very eccentric personality by the name of Donald Trump as the 45th president, as the 45th president of the United States. So in between the two time periods, I also see intensified approach to integrate race and ethnic group across the country and across the US campuses that I managed to visit several. My question is, did it succeed? Perhaps not. Yeah. So I think I cannot give definitive answers whether it is successful, but certainly if it is if it is not successful, it wasn't too bad, or if it succeed, it did not succeed to a level that should be people are proud of. Now, I can say that Malaysia and the United States are not too far apart in how the state of race and ethnic relation have been unfolding, in both countries. This is despite the fact that both countries are formed in different era, and have gone through different stages of historical development. The United States is about 250 years old, while Malaysia is only about 60 years old. So plurality in population of both were facilitated by trade and development. The Black were brought in as slave labor to the United States. The Malay, the Chinese, and the Indian in Malaysia were from long lines of former immigrant population that came over to the peninsula over many centuries. I didn't say that. History book tells me that. Yeah. So I want to be certain. The coming of the Black and other racial and ethnic minorities into the United States do not change the power demographic that was and still reside predominantly with the white, the Anglo-Saxon. This differs from Malaysia, where the original inhabitant, the indigenous or the orang asli, were displaced by the coming quote-unquote new population group, and where the contestation is not between orang asli and them, but between them among the new arrivals for dominance. In Malaya and Malaysia, it is often depicted as contestation between the majority Malay and the minority Chinese and others. Now, ladies and gentlemen, both countries, Malaysia and the United States, push for integration, unity through the apparatus of state. That is state-sponsored policies. The US devised policies to bring in minorities participation, and in Malaysia, policies were devised to preserve power within the majority. Both are not too successful in molding good interracial and ethnic relations. Clearly, more needs to be done by both countries. Now, in the United States, I remember very well, for example, in application forms to college and universities, there was a small print that says something to this effect. Minority are encouraged to apply, and their special consideration and spaces are reserved for them in terms of seats to universities and also financial aid in various forms, such as scholarships and grants. At that time, the reservation were more likely for or reserved to the Black, or now the politically more correct term, African American. More than 40 years later, the same approach is further intensified through similar policy, but restyled as diversity policies. Only this time, more concerted effort is made as many campuses as possible across the US have offices or senior administrative portfolio to promote diversity. The difference this time is that diversity have come to include more race and ethnic groups such as Hispanic, Latinos, and Asian compared to Black in the 1970s and the 1980s. This reflects diversity that has characterized the US population but has not been equally reflected in many institutional establishments in the country. Despite that, more sporadic instances and incidents of clashes based on or that acquire racial and ethnic characteristic and tone have been on the rise across the United States and across US campuses. The clashes are no longer confined to black-white contestation, but have in recent decades brought to the forefront the ASEAN dimension, hatred towards ASEAN, towards the Chinese, Japanese, etc., into the racial and ethnic tension in the US and also across the campus. In Malaysia, there is a similar state policy, the new economic policies, launched in 1971 after the ethnic riot of 1969. The policy was meant to bring about more equitable distribution of economic benefit to each ethnic group in the proportion of their number in the population. Well, that sounds fair, sounds very fair, actually. And I think consistent with what our director from State Planning Unit has been mentioning, there's plenty of development that is coming up in the state that should make everybody happy. Yeah. Now, in the last 50 or more years, Malaysia, not unlike the United States, has not accomplished much in terms of uniting their people. The diverse Federation of Malaya that was founded in the early 1940s was based on good communal relation, especially between the majority Malay and the smaller Chinese and Indian community. There were good and respectful understanding that built Malaya, which attained independence in 1957. The fact that Malaya, together with plural Sarawak and Sabah, came together to form the Federation of Malaysia in 1963, promised to seal that plurality and good inter-communal relation. Why? Well, Malaysia has been built based upon consensus. Malaysia has been built upon consensus and the value that promote consultation, cooperation, compromise, including the spirit of give and take. You win today, I lose today, that's fine. I win tomorrow, you lose tomorrow. So it comes back, it comes back. So at the end of the day, it is about what the term that we have been using nowadays, that is, it is a win-win situation for all. I think only that will ensure peace, harmony among any society that is plural. Yeah. But this value was soon eroded after the 1969 ethnic riot. And since then, ethnic contestation in Malaysia have taken more various dimensions, such as language, culture, religions, way of life, that we see paraded by media. I'm not sure whether they are doing that in order to socialize so that people learn about it, or whether they are doing that because that sells their people. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in both Malaysia and the United States, incident and instance of interracial and inter-ethnic misunderstanding are on the rise. Some have serious implications for life, liberty, and property. I do not want to cite examples that are abundant from the United States and also Malaysia, lest they may be wrongly interpreted. You know, it can give a wrong picture of what the speaker is talking about. Yeah. So one needs to Google. Thanks to modern technology, you will be inundated with this unfortunate event. But like distinguished Professor Ulong have said either moments ago or in his previous presentation, that in Malaysia, it do not lead to any serious. It is basically exchange of words, harsh words sometimes that hurts the feeling of various communities. So the fundamental question to me are, why are these conflicts still happening? Especially in the lesser savage stage of our history and development in Malaysia, in the United States. Yeah? What did this good state-driven policy did not do right? Because if the state of our racial and ethnic relation in Malaysia, in the US are not that good, then there must be something not right, either about the policy maker, or the policy implementer. So I think we need to find the source before we can resolve the issue. Which also bring me, ladies and gentlemen, to another question: what more can be done to continue to promote good interracial and inter-ethnic relation in Malaysia and also in the United States? As I've said, we have so many policies, so many good policies. If in Malaysia, we have social policies, Dasar Kebudayaan was a national cultural policy. We have national ideology, Rukun Tetangga. We have integration, unity policies. We have economic policies. The principle of which have been extended, and no economic policies that are being launched since 1990 at the end of the new economic policy has not taken into consideration the need to share the benefit or the spoils of economic development equally among the various constituents of Malaysia. Even the latest that were launched by the government, Dasar Kemakmuran Bersama, is also a very good policy. But of course, how it will address, how it will distribute, how it will share the wealth of Malaysia, that remains to be observed, to be seen. I think Malaysians are waiting, how that will come about. It is my observation that our society is depending so much on the apparatus of the state to order the structuring or restructuring of society to bring about a desired pattern of human relation and interaction. When we legislate, we think that things will get better. However, we forgot that those in government institutions who are to carry out this policy are individuals who have their own personal preference, personal prejudice, and sometimes personal priorities that needs to be attended to. These individuals, the bureaucrats, in the institution and agencies of government, needs to be schooled. Needs to be schooled and need to be taught the good value, before they can help government promote good value, good relation, fair distribution, inclusiveness, and everything else that the good policies that the government has been introducing since Malaysia. So towards, of course, implementing this, towards, of course, achieving good and decent relation between people of various racial, ethnic, and religious background. Yeah, so I think this is the basic issue in Malaysia. Some of the things that I have mentioned have also been touched upon by distinguished Professor Samsul and also from my colleague from the State Planning Unit, Professor Tadi. Yeah. So I put up this statement, not so much a solution, not so much a prescription, how racial and ethnic relation may be achieved, but I think for us to ponder over the course of the 2 days seminar. So how can we promote better racial ethnic relation between our people, between Malay, Chinese, Indians, orang asli, Kadazan, Dusun, Iban. Yeah, we have many good examples. Some are already mentioned that can become an example, that can become the basis to promote good inter-ethnic relation. This Professor tadi mentioned about bridges. I think in Sarawak there are many bridges, not bridges that you walk upon, but bridges in terms of families. One family having Christian member, some member of the family acquire Islam, Muslim, some are Buddhist, some are enemies. Well, people call enemies the traditional religion or belief of the Iban, you know that. But well, the Iban doesn't care what you call our religion anyway. It's our religion. So, but what I'm trying to say is that one family can have a Muslim, can have a Christian, can have an enemies, can have a Buddhist. And some, I came to know, also have some Sikh in the family. They can sit together, they can have lunch together, they can have dinner together during Sikh National Day, during Muslim festival, Hari Raya, we call it in Malaysia, during Christmas, and also during Gawai. And all of these festivals are not cultural, you know. All are cultural, all are also religious. They are of mixed character, but people still can sit down because what ties them is the blood. Is the blood. And so I think this bridge building within family, extending, and I think that is the last hope in inter-ethnic relation to promote understanding, because many members of one family are having different religious background that would provide the basis for that good understanding, inter-ethnic, inter-religious, interracial relation. Okay, so with that, I thank you for your indulgence. I wish all of you to have a great Randau. Be free, be open, as we seek knowledge to promote, to empower our community in various aspects, economic, social, political, and whatnot. So with that, I thank you once again. Selamat tengah hari.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Jayum Anak Jawan. Now, on to the Q&A session. We are going to read out questions from the conference participants as well as the audience. The first question is from Associate Professor Dr. Sarjit Singh Darsan Singh, and this is directed to the second keynote speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdullah bin Haji Zaidel. And the question reads, Hi, Professor Muhammad. Thank you for providing the most recent update. Sarawak's economic development and planning are impressive. But how does the government ensure that these benefits are shared by all, urban, rural, and interior? After 60 years, those in the interior of Sarawak do not have access to basic amenities such as clean water and electricity. It is critical to conduct regular monitoring and solicit feedback from society. What do you have to say as Sarawak Economic Planning Unit's Director, and how do you intend to address it in the shortest amount of time? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Sajid, for the question. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Sajid, for the question. Just to share with you, I did mention a few of these efforts that we have put in place for rural, servicing the rural area. Because just to be fair and not just rhetoric, the Sarawak government always emphasized on rural development and rural transformation. We even have our Deputy State Secretary dedicated for rural transformation. One Deputy State Secretary. So as you said, as you know, Sarawak is as big as Semenanjung, Malaysia. The whole Peninsula Malaysia is as big as that. And then we have the amount resources, a fraction of what the federal have allocation, and the population is sparsely populated. Meaning to say there are pockets here and there. So, but even then, we have provide 66.5%, as in my slide just now, for water, for rural water. And then at the same time, for electricity, we going to cover, we have a lot of scheme. One of them that I mentioned is the SARES, and even ALAF for that matter. Even for those who are left behind in registering, they have been given free connection. And then for SARES, Sarawak Alternative Rural Electricity Scheme. So the target is to, we acknowledge that there are still some have yet to have access to all these two utility facilities. But work is going on the ground. So for example, in the case of water just now, as I said, 66% or 67% rural area have been connected with water. But in the urban area, almost 99% are already supplied with water. So there you can see effort are slowly moving in with the limited budget that we have, state budget, but we are using alternative funding, meaning say we raise bond money to finance this development. That is on water. And on electricity, as I said just now, there are still about 19,500 rural households which are without 24 hours electricity supply. That doesn't mean that they don't have electricity supply. They still have electricity supply, but not 24 hours. But effort are being made towards that. So indeed, 60 years, you know. But then if you look at how Sarawak from a poor state, they're over dependent on commodity as their source of income revenue. Now we are diversified. We are going for plan to embark on high value proposition in terms of our export and in order to increase our revenue. And for this, for us to achieve this, we also need to we base it on digital economy or digital connectivity, where we have, as I put in my slide just now, about 1,200 towers to connect rural with the urban in terms of connectivity, at least with 35 megabits or like for example, for our telecommunication, we have 1,200 telecommunication towers target by the year 2022. Why is this tower being built? It's not just to be built, but it's basically to connect the rural and the urban in terms of internet connectivity. And in fact, through Jandela, we have 636 towers, and through SMA, 300 towers. And there's two schemes, which is now include 600 towers from SMA and 636, so in total more or less 1,200 towers. So these are ways that we try to reach out to the rural society in addressing this gap between rural and urban development. So this is what we are doing. Honestly, Sarawak government have always emphasized on rural development, but again, with the limited resources that we have, then with the size of land mass that we have, and the number of population is only 10% of the national population of 2.8 million, sparsely in all over the big land mass as big as Manaju, Malaysia. So that effort, I think, over 60 years is considered is quite a very, I wouldn't say successful, but something that we can talk about lah. Something we can talk about, you know. So that is what I have to answer to you. But effort is always been emphasizing on rural development. They should not be left out. So I hope that answer your question, Prof. Sajid. All right, over to the administrator.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdullah bin Haji Zaidel, for the response. The second question is from a member of Conference Secretariat and is directed to distinguished Professor Dr. Samsul Amri Baharudin. The question reads, a human-centered society balances its economic advancement with the resolution of social problems, now known as New Society 5.0. How will Society 5.0 provide care for an aging population? Were there any social protection policies that were implemented? That's the end of the question.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think what we have to look at is not just the aging society, because the aging society probably is not more than 30% or 40% of society by the time 5.0 is on. Yeah. So I would imagine we have to deal with the larger question of how do we deal with the formation of 5.0 circumstances and situation. I would say that the most important thing that we have to see is when we look at society, I want to see the society not in a homogeneous form, because it's never homogeneous. Yeah. So because society is never homogeneous, a homogeneous question like that cannot be addressed just like as if everyone will be the same. Yeah? I take an example in Malaysia itself. I mean, we talk about 4.0, we talk about 5.0, but there are societies, the societal form, the hunters and gatherers, the rural people, the urban, and the urban elite. So you can see all of them are from different societal forms, and all of them have got aged section. So you just cannot address this issue as if it is one issue for everybody. No, because the aged among the hunters gatherers, the aged among the peasants, the aged among the rural, among the urbanites are quite different. So I think we have to think carefully first and identify. So the first task is to identify who are these aged in the different societal forms. I think and then we are also faced with the different cultural notion of aged. I mean, the way a Muslim, Malay deals with aged is quite different from the Chinese. I mean, you know, in Malaysia, there's no Malay homes, you know, like the Chinese have welfare home. So all these are little details that we have to bear in mind, not just a big question like what you're asking, which I understand is necessary, but I think we should start with the community. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished Professor Dr. Samsul Amri Baharudin, for the question.
For the answer, you mean?
For the response.
Yeah.
Pardon. Melissa, over to you. The final question.
Okay. The final question is from Associate Professor Dr. Sajid Singh, and is directed to Professor Dr. Jayum Anajawan. And it reads, Hi, Prof. Jayum. Thank you for sharing your personal observations and experiences. What are your thoughts on Malaysia's future ethnic relations?
Thank you for the very difficult question. We have, I am hopeful that good inter-ethnic relation can still be found. We are not that bad, you know. I think this professor will tell you we are not doing that bad. We could have done better. That's what I'm suggesting. We could have done better. We are not doing too bad. We don't like many countries, you know, go burn each other's houses, smash each other's car, you know, and hurt physically. Well, once in a while, but more frequent other countries. So we are not doing that. We fight with words. We hurt each other by using words, terminologies, and I think this one still can be socialized. We need to. The majority is silent. Yeah? The majority is silent because when, let's say, when a Malay person say bad things about other races, the Malay community must condemn that. Keeping silent is not an option. Keeping silent is as if the Malay community is endorsing it, you see. So I think it's the same goes also, because sometimes when the other communities, the Chinese or the Indians or the Kadazan or the Iban, say hurtful things about other people, the majority of the good people keep silent. I remember a statement that says that evil thrives because good men say nothing or do nothing. So we need to reprimand our own when they step the boundaries, the good boundaries. They say they do hurtful things. In Sarawak, I am very hopeful that this better inter-ethnic relation will be the example for many states and region in Malaysia. Like I said just now, there are many families that intermarry. There are many families that have adopted different kinds of religion that is available, and they are the example. They are the bridges to reach out to the various community of various ways of life, religion, language, and culture. And I think with that, I think we can still build a better ethnic relation between our plural societies. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I share something? Hello.
Technical team, is it okay to Prof. Samsul the sharing?
Yeah, I just want to add a few what Prof. Jayum has said. I think I agree entirely with Prof. Jayum here that violence is not an option. And we know that every day we hear on TV in America, everyone shooting everybody. And silently, quietly in one corner, I was looking at the TV and commenting, nasib baik tak berlaku di Malaysia. You know? It's not nasib baik. It's really we don't want. Yeah. So I think this is where I like to say openly that I appreciate the maturity of the Malaysian. We never like to say good things about ourselves, but this part, I would say the Malaysians are very good. They realize it's not worth it to have another 13 May, not worth it. So I think this is why, because we are living in a country which I described in the 90s, we are living in a situation of stable tension, always different, always not sure, always not happy. And that's why we feel, we say all these harsh things, as Jayum said, you know. But at the same time, on the one side, we have stable tension, but on the other side, we are creating integration platform all the time. Integration platform here is where we bargain, we negotiate, and we mediate all the time. And we are looking at it now, as I said just now. There's a lot of tension in the air because Parliament is not sitting, COVID is around us. And here, Agong is talking about how do we deal with this as a mediator. So I think the future of Malaysia, Prof. Sajid, is we have this incredible ability. This is where I masuk bakul lah, you know? But I think I feel very proud of Malaysians in that sense. They are willing to be able to recognize we are in a situation, a stable tension, but we also have integration platform to deal with this stable tension. So this is how we keep our balance. And this balance is the one that is necessary that will guide us for the future. And I think in a discussion like iRandau, we have to keep thinking, what are the other issues like what Professor Sajid raised? How could the community in rural Sarawak really benefit 100%? Yeah? Dr. Muhammad, I think for me is again this question. At one level, we are not happy. At another level, we're trying to make everybody happy. But I think the effort is always appreciated by people. You must understand that. They appreciate. But of course, beside you and beside your team, there are other people who keep watching and observing what you do and evaluating. And I think this you cannot avoid. Yeah. I mean, the whole studies of economics is also about evaluation all the time. So I think this is what is the key to Malaysia's success. Whatever plan we have, we want to call it kemajuan, kebersamaan, or whatever name we want to give, the essence of the plan is we have tension, but we have solution at the same time. And this is the greatness of Malaysian society, which I think I should write more about, because a lot of people are interested to find out why and how Malaysia could survive. As Jayum said, you know, from year to year, we have different things, but we survive on these two principles. I would say stable tension, integration platform. Every time we got problem, there's a win-win solution. And I think this is the real underground, underpinning factors in our success in our community building and empowering. And I want to share another fact between comparing Malaysia and United States. I've been talking about this for a long time to lawyers. I said in 1773, Negeri Sembilan, the Confederation of Negeri Sembilan was created in 1773 when Negeri Sembilan rulers invited someone from Minangkabau to become Yang di-Pertuan Agong. Yeah, you have Yang di-Pertuan Sarawak, kan? Yang Tuan Negeri, so we have Yang di-Pertuan Agong. We have no Sultan in Negeri Sembilan. We mean I'm from Negeri Sembilan. Yeah? So only in 1776 in the United States, Declaration of Independence and Confederation was created. Now look, we talk about indigenous knowledge. 1773, Malaysia has already got the idea of confederation. long before the United States. And we didn't go to war, the civil war. There was no civil war in Negeri Sembilan that led to that invitation. So I think this is one fact that we escape our mind because the Negeri Sembilan case is not in our history book, but it is in the Dutch history book. This is the interesting part. So I think, Jayum, that's a new example for you to make this comparison that we are actually the initiator of confederation in some sense. We talk about indigenous knowledge. We did it. We had no relation with the United States at that time. They were there in one corner of the world doing their thing. Then we are doing our things in one corner here. So simultaneously, we discover confederation. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the speakers for a very remarkable speech. As an expression of gratitude to our invited speakers, we are going to ship these tokens of appreciation to all keynote speakers after the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody, let us pause for a screenshot session with the keynote speakers. Event participants, presenters, and committee members on Zoom, please turn on your webcams and smile to the camera. Already?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Prof. Jayum, Prof. Muhammad. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. Right.
That sums up our
Thank you. Have a nice day.
For iRandau 2021. On behalf of the organizing community, we thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to join us this morning. As a reminder, our first presentation slot will commence at 2 p.m. So please rejoin the live stream and the meeting in 1 hour. Thank you and have a wonderful conference.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye for now.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Bye.